E? No. No E. No more E. Regular E, please. Thank you. Huh? E-Lisp? 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 E-Lisp mention? E-Mask Lisp. Unfortunately, I don't have any ELS Lisp. Anyways, we need to stop being chibi. H. H? H is for Haskell. The best functional programming something or other language solver. What's it called? Or maybe there's an actual thing called H. Who knows? Either way, we've returned. I had a snack. I ate the snack. The Hungarian notation. COBOL? There really some programming language called H, which is COBOL based? This would hardly surprise me. Especially because there's already a language called E. Yeah, we're not gonna pretend to know how that works. This is Graham. List of programming languages. You know, all of them. Maybe not all of them, but the notable ones. Just look how many start with the letter A. Like AngelScript. And then you got CMS2. It's a real banger right there. Ceylon. I never heard of it. Dracon is a free and open source algorithmic visual programming and modeling language developed as part of the defunct Soviet Union Buran space program in 1986, following the need to increase in software development productivity of the visual language. Wow, who knew? Who knew? Who knew that a random programming language that I would happen to hover over is the one related to the Buran space program? Maybe that's the one that I hovered over deliberately because... Anyway, in the letter E, you get E. Which is a programming language. It's an object-oriented programming language for secure distributed computing. Why does this look vaguely familiar? Int is a guard. Guard is not quite the same thing as a type declaration. Guards are optional and can specify constraints. Without the second int, the function would not be able to return a value. Guards are optional. Why we need any? I guess to define that the return type isn't void or some nonsense. I have no idea. It's not a type. It's a guard. The guard expressions in this example illustrate how to specify a value constraint, such as an int greater than 0, or 0 to balance. So, I don't know. It almost smells a little bit like refined types, but with like variables in the middle, kind of. Because in here, this is like, yeah. Yeah, but no, but yeah, but you know, they probably didn't even have the term refined types when they wrote this. But that's kind of what it is. And then can maybe be, I don't know. The future of software security. I feel like that's not the case. Oh my god. Website. It burns my 7 eyeballs. Can we just like nuke all the color? That would be great. There's E online. I feel like I've tried this before and it's failed. Yeah, it's still dead. There's E on Common Lisp. eWrite Wiki goes live. What's new? Clearly not the wiki.ewrites.org. Because, that's, not running. Not running at all. Report a bug. There's a SourceForge page for it, maybe? There's 161 pages. The past few one are Waterken links don't work, broken link, some gibberish, more gibberish, HTTPS certificate is expired, outdated certificate, my name is misspelled, blank page, missing org, something, concurrency, something or other, action, read-only file, copy to should exist, add exit via here, should be deep frozen, change up dot, bogus up dot, EINT needs protocol, missing race, updoc, hang hides updoc outputs. Something, legacy, magic, something or other, resource, throws, never. Get written, win expansions shouldn't seal a problem. Alleged type missing critical info. Remove silly optimizations. Better doc comments. Oh wait, we're in 2006. Pretty much everything ends right about 2008. 03? 23? What the hell happened? In 2008? And then nothing. And then there's nothing. Oh, it did actually load. It was just very slow. Wait, is everything slow? Did I mess up my Firefox? Did I mess up my Firefox? Anyways, you have F sharp, F star, factor, FFP, FL, FP, foil, fourth, Futhark. How much you bet they don't use runes? Wow, no runes. It's named after the first 6 letters of the runic alphabet, but it contains no runes. My disappointment is immeasurable. H, you got hack, haggis, hal, slash S, halide, arbor, haskell, hax, hop, holy C. Holy C. High level shader language. High level assembly. But no, just regular H. It clearly didn't make the cut. Slang is killing the hash cell. The hassle. We're all doomed. V, also known as VLang, which is pronounced Huizel. Visual Fox Pro. I had a copy of this on like CD-ROM. It's part of like the original Microsoft Visual Studio Suite thing. This is a programming language developed by Microsoft. It is a data-centric procedural programming language with object-oriented programming features. It's derived from Fox Pro, which itself was descended from Fox Base, which was developed by Fox Software beginning in 1984. Fox Technologies merged with Microsoft in 1992, after which the software acquired further updates and the prefix Visual. Fox Pro 6.2 worked on Mac OS, DOS, Windows, and Unix. Final release 2007, 17 years ago, for the operating systems Windows 2000, Windows XP, and Windows Server 2003. It's available on the IA32 platform and is available with an IDE in English, German, and Spanish. Runtime above, plus French, Chinese, Russian, Czech, and Korean. Its index is based on the DBase programming language. In March 2007, Microsoft announced that there would be no Visual Fox Pro 10, thus making Visual Fox Pro 9, released to manufacturing on December 17, 2004, the last commercial Visual Fox Pro release from Microsoft. Service Pack 2 for Visual Fox Pro 9 was released on October 16, 2007. The support of version 9 ended on January 13, 2015. We are very aware of the Fox Pro community, and that played a large part in what we announced on March 13th. It's never been an easy decision to announce that we're not going to release another version of a product, and it's one we consider very carefully. Some basic syntax examples. It's quite similar to other programming languages such as BASIC. It is ne govnen. Ne govnen. Hello there. I don't know why I read that in such a strange way, but that's how I interpret it. Kind of like on a tangent. I'm on a bit of a tangent. It's probably not read like that at all. Probably not. Not in the slightest. Somebody styled this stuff very, very specifically to like make it look like the interface or something. I guess that is part of that aspect of it. Like, it is visual, after all. I don't know why I'm reading this, or why my zoom level is so much zoom. Very level. I feel like I should probably go back to I don't know, what's it called? It's very important to use the visual languages. Else, you will be unable to see. You will be unable to see. You will be unable to see. I cannot see. Anyways, that was quite the tangent I went on. Quite the break time. To be absolutely sure. Yeah. What was I doing before I took the long and arduous break time? Break. Delay. Thing. Oh yes, we were porting this function from being recursive to become iterative. Because I want the function to be iterative. What were my thoughts prior to making it iterative? Connected with iterativeness. Iterativeness. I would say... somewhat, I think my thoughts were somewhat drifting towards nestability. Iterative functions being faster? Probably not. This is more of a design-related problem. Very Basically, I wanted to take the current state of the parser, and I wanted to like preserve it in such a way that as soon as we get more input tokens, we would be able to reserve where the function left off. In theory, you could maybe do this with like, what's it called? Iterator type functions. So it doesn't really feel like it's something that would fit into an iterator pattern. So making the thing into an iterator would be kind of weird. It's more of a coroutine type of thing. Kind of, sorta, yeah, something like that. And like I could maybe do that. But I also don't know if I want to do that either. Because reasons. Possible reasons. Like I would assume probably that like if I have any kind of repetition or some such, then then the grammar might interpret things in very peculiar ways. I'm not sure what I'm trying to think of here, but like I want to design this in such a way that like we can walk the grammar and have it make sense. Which it probably doesn't. Probably sort of probably something perhaps doesn't. I'm not sure what kind of representation I need here in the list of items. Like, obviously, we have tokens, and we can generate lists of expected tokens. So it is sort of almost working in the current form. But every single time I want to, like, I guess, I guess it would be like every single time I want to like append a token, then it's sort of like, I don't know, we enter the like tree, the tree of the grammar. And then it does something. I'm so good at words sometimes. Like, what even? If we like type a symbol, such as that one, that's not gonna work. Not gonna work. We do generate token, but you get generated as like a plain token. You don't get turned into the actual object. There's a bunch of these that we didn't turn into like actual objects. And I feel like I should just like go down the list and fill them in, probably. What are you? You're less? You are bonus words. Then we have what? Less and. Greater. Greater and. Double greater. This silly thingy. This silly thingy. Great. Double the great. Double the evil. They call this thing clobber. E. Sort of E. I was gonna put those in the list of tokens. Greater than in foo greater bar, the same as greater in like test x greater 3. I'm gonna say probably depends. If you are, if you actually have a shell that supports like the double square bracket test mode, then it will probably turn the greater token into just some sort of generic token. In this particular implementation, I would probably treat them as the same lexicographic token. It's just the greater than sign. Because at that point, it's a grammatical difference whether or not it's treated as redirection or like an operator during a test function. So in this case here, in this list up here, this refers to like the symbol, the token itself as it appears, or the token combination. And then the grammar determines whether or not the shell will treat it as redirection or as part of one of the test functions, test operators. This is also true of like reserved words, to some lesser extent. Reserved words are only treated like reserved words if the grammar suggests that they could be reserved words. Otherwise, they're just regular words. Kind of crazy how that works. I don't know if I reset this or not. I want this double greater less token thing. So yeah, now you are treated like token. Isn't a syntax error. No, it's probably not. Because reserved word is not where it would expect a word to be. This is also why you can like do stuff like echo if or stuff like this. Because if isn't a reserved word until it needs to be. And the only case where most of the reserved words apply are at the beginning of a command. Which, you know, kind of makes sense. It makes sense in all too many ways. I think probably the most unusual one would be the left, like, curly brace. Easter brunch has some fun? Question mark? Truly, for real, for real? Oh no, no more stretch breaks. Ah. Ah. But the left curly brace thingy, that one's fun. If you put that in a place where it can't really be interpreted as anything other than just a curly brace, it gets glued to your word. So if you do like, you can do some pretty crazy stuff with that. There's a lot of these that are kind of reserved in a way. Like, I think I don't know. Some of these I did not implement. But I think shells would probably take offense to you typing things like then, until, while. Or maybe then and do, for example. You don't have the other symbols in front of them. They probably aren't. I don't think it likes that, because you type do, sort of like unexpected token. Because it doesn't expect that from the grammar. don't know why I'm running this again. I did not change this in any way. Actually make it do something. Oh yeah. Sometimes I just feel like I spend more time just staring at the code doing its thing instead of actually making changes to it. You know, thinking about the problem somewhat. Defining expectations. As much as I potentially object to the idea. Slightly. Do need another stretch break. Just write all the code. Write all the code. I'm gonna put this back up here. I can disappear. Take my break. And make a sound. I feel like this is lies and slander. Just kind of spend all your time being confused about all the code that exists. Sounds like the best way of being programmed. Clearly. Oh, how many lines of code have been written? Written, deleted, rewritten. Sometimes I get curious about this. So I'll like run some of my programs through like word count or whatever. And then the total is for some projects like 10,000 lines. And I have a lot of projects. So probably on the order of like 1,000,000 lines at least, and then some. There's junk floating around in my water. Ew. Git repositories are kind of like, how would I put it? Deceptive. Deceptive. One of my repositories, for example, contains a bunch of like files which have like tens of thousands of changes, maybe even hundreds of thousands of lines in some of the files. But the only reason they are like that is because a bunch of the files are like KiCad files and like SVG printouts of the things. And everybody, oh, yeah. The meteor duck happened. Oh, no. So some of those SVGs got regenerated multiple times, which computed diffs that were hundreds of lines, hundreds of thousands of lines, which is kind of like, that's more than I would actually physically write. Thus is the nature of generated code. Wait, 40 minutes for a CI run? What the hell is taking 40 minutes to run CI? What are you doing? Rebuilding the entirety of GCC? On a Pentium 386? Pointless tests. Too many pointless tests. Very E. If I click the button is clicked. You know, maybe if you were writing like a UI library or something, I could see that. Want to make sure your controls change states or something. If you are not writing a UI library, then don't do that. There's a time for a unit test and there's a time for an integration test, and that is not the place for an integration and unit test. You don't do that. Who does that? Code coverage is a lie. I don't want to replace my water with stuff that's not full of junk. I'll check that a non-logged in user gets an error when deleting the database. That sounds like a test. Test when a non-logged in user gets an error when deleting the database. Test failed. Drop table. Drop table. Yay for head pats. Also, hello, hello to the cicada. Yeah, yeah. I've taken, as always. We appreciate the head pats, for real, for real. Where's I? Where the hell was I with this stupid thing that I'm not ever gonna get to finish, am I? Gotta write those defensive tests. Your tests are basically the code. They're not even well written tests. There's some things I feel like there's sort of a fundamental difficulty to write. Such as tests that require the output to, like, meet certain criteria. Certain identities. Macro functional identities as opposed to just doing a very specific thing. And there's some things that are just not very easy to write at all. So writing a test is just about as much of an art form as it is to write the actual code to do the thing. Which is why we have fuzzers. They're able to find bugs in code that someone thought was tested, but really isn't. Imagine if your test wasn't just like a straight up test, but you had to like fuzz all your functions. And then if your code falls apart, then you know, like, yep, it's broken. It's definitely broken. Explain what went wrong. Something went wrong. Yeah, that's sort of that's another problem. The best kind of test is a test that asserts program runs. Yep, my code didn't change. Can't tell you the number of times I've accidentally written some of those. Feel like, what am I testing here even? Why do I even have that? I think the last thing that I tried to write, I guess, major testing for was probably my, what's it called? The programming language that I was writing. I wrote a collection of tests, and they basically kind of defined whether or not the given input code would generate the appropriate output syntax tree. Maybe not unlikely, like what I'm trying to do now, but for a very different language. And I feel like that was sort of an acceptable trade-off, despite the fact that, like, they weren't very good at explaining what exactly went wrong, necessarily. tried to keep them sort of isolated, but I can't really guarantee it. What do I need to do here? We got alternate index. The alternate index. What do we got here? Speaking of tests. How many tests? Important thing has been changed. Not that important thing. Not the important thing. We needed that important thing. So I'm gonna like take away this other for loop here. I don't know if it continues though, does it? Name of not equal type name not unexpected continue. Yeah. The mobile app. And the first problem here is that it's a story about a mobile app. I can't possibly end well. A change with an unclickable button. Not the unclickable button. They rendered the button off screen. Clicking the button would work. If you could click the button. The AI can click the button. Click the screen through an emulator? See, now that's an actually useful form of testing. Like, if you could physically press the button on a device, such that, like, it's actually visible, you can actually touch the stupid thing, then I would say it's probably fine. But, like, defining how to click something, how to press the button, that's sort of a difficulty. The add to cart button wouldn't click on Firefox. I feel like this is a story that's like I've heard of before. Which is the isomorphic Amy. Hello, hello. I actually had someone complain about not being able to add something to the cart on some website. And I was like, it's probably, they probably broke their website. Should probably email them or something. And that's what happened. There was an email sent, and then like the website people actually fixed the stupid thing. Somebody running the code outside of the tests. It's maybe the one downside to having tests. You get complacent about the behaviors. Be like, oh, it has tests. I don't need to try it. What the tests are for. It's pretty easy to get kind of lazy about doing tests. When I used to do, like, I guess, professional software development, there was one, like, code module that I was responsible for. And it was for a bunch of, like, critical infrastructure. And I was pretty much the only one who was in charge of developing it. So a lot of its development practice, a lot of the development practice that I sort of followed on it was to write occasional unit tests for certain things that seemed like they could potentially break, which I did in a few places. The smaller, simpler components. And then once I built the thing, which was through like the CI system, I would manually deploy it, and then I would manually test it inside of like a testing environment. It was sort of like an A/B testing kind of thing. Like I would test the new version with like actual non-critical hardware, but doing all the same sort of functions. And then if it passed my spot checks there, which were pretty good tests, I would assume, then from there I would like do like a full deployment. And I didn't have it break too often. Normally, if something broke, it was because somebody entered something into like the database wrong, because it took like a bunch of data from a database, and you enter something wrong, the program would just like not run. But like that wouldn't really be considered acceptable. Like it would also tell the users sort of indirectly that it failed, but a very spreadsheet says nya. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Somebody has run ads. Bonus Easter ads. Wait, Easter ads? God, we're supposed to bring Easter eggs, not Easter ads. I mean, ads, eggs. I could see if you pronounce the vowel a little bit weird, how you could mix these up. But I don't know. It's not quite what I was thinking. Kind of almost feel like I'm thoroughly, well and truly kind of confusion. You need to pay for the higher tier eggs? Not have the ads in them? In Easter 3.0, even the highest tier has focused ads for our most dedicated customers. Did you know that you can avoid advertisements on the Maisaka channel by subscribing? There's so many ways of subscribing. All of them seem vaguely impractical to me, but kind of how it goes, I guess. Could subscribe for free, air quotes, with like the Amazon Prime thingy. That requires you to have the Amazon Prime thingy and then link it to the Twitch account. Very few people subscribe with Prime. I can't imagine why. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that maybe it has something to do with the fact that I don't shill myself ever. Or maybe it's just because nobody has any money anymore. Something tariffs. Has the world come to? Subscribe to Prime on Twitch with once. We're using a free month of Prime. That's some gigabrain move right there. Very possibly. Okay, we put this here. See, personally, because I lurk in and watch so many different channels, but not entirely consistently, I just went with like the, what's it called? The Twitch Turbo thing. It is actually like a pretty good deal if you watch a lot of different channels. Even so, I do subscribe to a few channels that I like and want to support. Or maybe I just like their emotes. Occasionally, I will get random gift subs. And then I'd be like, cool. Random gift subs. Lovely. Wait, I'm not sure who I have random gift subs to. Maybe heirs? Probably? Let's see, I subscribed there. Oh, I got one of those. I still have this. E? Hype Train? Elenius? Yeah, apparently I have like five different outstanding gift subs. To various channels. Very Toho. Very Toho. I don't know that I have any bad cop emotes. Maybe I'll get lucky and be gifted bad cop subscription. Maybe. Just gotta lurk enough. They're also outside of the what's it called? The channels that I actually actively subscribe to. Which are not very many. Not very many. Kind of curious, even. I have no idea who all the gifts. Who is the gifting? Chair Jam. Koi Fishu. Chair Jam. It's just a dancing chair. Gasp. An anonymous gifter has gifted me a tier 1 subscription to Bad Cop. Oh no. Oh no. Bonus emotes. I wonder who it could be. Emote collection. Emote collection grows. Slowly but surely. I need to make myself some more emotes. I have a couple on my to-do list. Yeah, I make all of my own emotes and channel art. I draw them up in like Inkscape. Some of them go kind of quick, and some of them can take a while. But do them as Inkscape and vector art because like the only way I have to do art is with a mouse. And it's the only way I can get them to look decent. Maybe if I had like a tablet or something, I'd try to like freehand emotes. But that's kind of difficult. Commissioning artists to make emotes, it's a pretty common thing. So much so that Twitch actually has like an attribution feature for it. Which to anyone, if you ever add emotes to your channels, remember to attribute them. Can be well worth it. I don't really know too many artists that I would particularly trust, but I also just don't know very many artists in general. Although I've had a few unsolicited like requests from people to like try to get me to commission them, and I'm like, that's no. I don't do that. Look, it's ads part 2. The adding. Oops. How are my declarations going here? The animation and the hair. This is Bad Apple. By default, it's Bad Apple, which is that Toho music video that is oh so popular. And then I have like a media player, which plays a bunch of different songs, background music for the stream, and for my entertainment. And some of those have like music videos associated with them. So if a song in my like song playlist has like video, then that will replace the Bad Apple in the hair projection. Bad Apple is kind of popular, just not necessarily even from a Toho perspective, but just because like it's kind of like the poster child of like compressible experimentation. Like it gets remixed or like projected on all sorts of different things. And this is sort of like a popular thing to do with Bad Apple is to remix it, re-encode it, project it on all the things. I'm even guilty of this myself. I've made my own like what was it? It was like a remix or something. Not a remix. Um, I did a re-encoding of it. So normally, what you can do is like you can take Bad Apple and then you can like what's it called? You can like turn it into I don't know video. Put it on things that aren't really Bad Apple ish. Where is something? Something. Something. I was gonna find if I had like flavor of Bad Apple. It's maybe kind of a silly idea. You know, this kind of gives me a silly idea. What if I just find different versions, different projections of the Bad Apple music video, and then just randomly play different versions of it on my hair as part of the redeem? Bad Apple showcase? Gasp? Very gasp? Like this one, for instance, is pretty crazy. Can I do, I don't know, display capture? It's like stocks, but it's Bad Apple. Bad Apple on stocks. Bad Apple rhythm game. I don't know if I've ever seen that one. Don't get sued by the apple. The bad apple. Yeah, they don't really grow. It's like sized by market sector or something. I don't know. But I might have to find like more flavors of the video. Like I said, it seems sort of important. It's sort of useful. This does not lend itself to like iterative function. Like E. Just E. What do we want here? Alternate index. Oh, I definitely don't want that to be 0. And here, it's, nope. That's a bit of a nope. Let's see here. I guess the next part here would be... Why don't you take this out of the for loop? Or do we leave it in the for loop? No, we have to take it out of the for loop. The for loop provides too much context. So you are I. Continue. And then you would be I plus continue. And then if I is greater or equal, I mean, it can't be greater than, but we gotta cover that case. You never know when things will go wrong. Then we want to break. This is such a weird, incredible way of, a very, very, very weird way of doing it. A very weird way of doing this. That is not how you spell while. Not at all. Will you break if the alternate is greater or equal? Right, oh camel. Well, riding camel. Careful, camels spit. Alright, I think we need... what's it called? The current grammar item. The current grammar item. The current spelling item. Slap the word current in front of there, that should be fine. And then... descend into the grammar item. What do we do? We push the thingy. Yeah, the thingy. We push the thingy. Whatever the thingy is. Whatever that thingy is. Whatever that thingy is. We might need to keep track of the match count. That's sort of technically part of the current state. Current status. Current status of the current item. So this is sort of like the... what's it called? The reset. So if we increment the alternate index, then we would want to take all of these values and like reset all of those. Like, I'm not entirely set on that, but like, kind of sort of makes sense almost. And for all of these, we want the descend function here, for example. This should take the current state, stash it in such and such object, and then we'd want to like set this to expected, and then normally a call would set up all of these values. And set them all to 0. But if I have a bunch of them, and we're pushing them, then maybe all of these different values should just be inside of an object. A state-keeping object. A visit item. Most poorly named object in existence. Probably. Maybe. Maybe. See, what else do I need here? Tokens eaten. I'll flip those. Yeah, instead of like resetting all of these items, having like current item indexes. You have like state A. State GA. Yeah. Tokens eaten, a part of state eaten. Token index. This is maybe something that we want. I don't know. It's the edgy. The edgy. 1999. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Very hello, hello. Then I'm gonna replace this with state. State is just gonna be an object, a new object. With I set to 0, A set to 0, eaten set to 0, match count set to 0, grammar, the expected item. What is an evil sound? I don't know. Not a jump scare? That would be, I think the wrong kind of evil. I think error's the jump scare around here. GA length index. A. This does not make it any easier. The way to get me with the error is if I'm like super locked in and not paying attention to the chat. It also helps if I'm like acting kind of tired. If I'm like really tired, then you might be able to get me. Just the suck now. Hello, hello. I am doing kind of, I guess, okay today. Which is, I guess a little uncommon. Blue? Because the video has blue. Your computer has exploded? And now you need a new one? This is very unfortunate. Very extremely unfortunate. Very highly problematic. I mean, if you want a new computer, then I mean, it's still not very good news because then, like, what if you're what if your storage went kaput? A 5090. What the hell are we gonna cook with a 5090? Eggs? Well, that's not gonna happen. Probably be stuck with like the 2080 for, I don't know, a number of years. Unless it explodes. It seems unlikely that it would explode. But it could, I guess. Funny stories? Since we're talking about like dead computer parts, I have sort of a funny story related to that. Um, there's a computer that I used to have, and it was starting to act up kind of weird. So like for some reason I thought that like pulling one of the PCI cards out of it while it was running would be a good idea or somehow fix it. And that didn't work. That just kind of crashed the system and made it worse. I don't know if that's a very funny story though. I want a funny story with a slightly better ending. Then I'd probably tell you about the story of my television. So, one of my computers, one that actually helps me run the stream, instead of like a regular monitor, it has a television. Like a big flat panel HD television. And there was some sort of power outage. And after the power outage, the television wouldn't turn on anymore. Like the power light would like blink on and off really quickly and it would never start up. The TV. And so I decide I'm going to find out why. So I decided to test the power supply, and the power supply was putting out very, very wrong voltages. And then I'm like, well, that's not acceptable. I am determined to make it work again. So I took the power supply, which is a sealed plastic brick, with, which is, you know, not very, it's like it says no user serviceable parts inside. This sort of thing. That didn't stop me from like prying the damn brick open. And inside of it is a block of electronics that really didn't want to be grabbed at or poked at because it was like covered in shielding and stuff. So I had to like desolder a bunch of like the the EMI shielding and stuff that was inside the power supply. Peel up some like conductive tape. So I can get at the pokey electronics bits. And yep, it was a power supply. Power supplies are kind of dangerous to open up. A little bit. If you don't know how to work with a power supply, my sincerest advice is to not open it up. Because it is extremely hazardous. Or it can be. But that's sort of like part of why this story is funny. So I have some familiarity with power supplies. Also, unplugging most power supplies is not an acceptable way of like making sure that you can work on them. Because if you have a power supply, there are little components in it called capacitors. These like store energy in the short term to smooth out electrical loads. And the amount of energy that they store is like, I don't know, it's quite a few it's quite a few joules of energy at a pretty decent voltage. Some of them sit at like mains voltage level, which will give you a terrible nasty shock if you poke them. Some of them sit at like the operating output level, which again can give you a really nasty shock if you touch them. So you definitely don't want any of that. You definitely don't want anything of this. That's some big brain right there. There's better ways. You could put the wires in the box. That's very I'm pretty sure if it's sitting here wired up like that, it's probably wired up with the intention to actually plug it in. God's help you if they come unscrewed or if the wires come pulled out. That would be kind of very dangerous. Kind of, sort of very dangerous. Because let's say you want to reach around the back of the device to flip that power switch that was directly above the terminals. And you don't look where you're putting your finger. And you poke the screws. That will be, yeah. Judging by the picture, it was a US voltage device, which means it's probably touchable. And you will probably survive, but you will be in quite a bit of pain after doing so. Electricity is no joke. So what was I talking? I was talking about my power supply story. Yeah. So I took apart this power supply, and obviously it has a bunch of like capacitors in it. And I'm like, I should discharge one of these safely. So I hook up some, insulated wires with some sort of discharge load so it can like slowly drain out the power from a handful of the capacitors. And I'm like sort of pseudo live streaming this to like my Discord channel. So I have myself a tiny audience. And like I accidentally poke both of the terminals of one of the capacitors. And with some like probe or something that I'm holding, and it kind of emits a pretty violent spark. Startling, but like I don't know. Not something to be like too worried about, I suppose. And I was like, after the spark went off, I'm like, yep, it's definitely discharging now. The probe didn't get launched into space. The probe, it's Sputnik in my hands. But I turned this power supply all over the place. Choose when I short circuit capacitor or lithium ion. Having experience with both, I would say capacitor wins every time. More pizza. Enough pizza. It was actually a device that I was taking apart that had like lithium ion cells in it. And I accidentally shorted one between some of its casing. And yeah, that was exciting. I unshorted it very quickly. So it didn't go into runaway or not, but it emitted some crispy looking smoke that I would highly recommend not breathing. because it had like it was what was it called? It was one of those 18650 cells, one of those cylinders, and it had like a plastic casing. So some part of it shorted in such a way, and it like burnt the plastic casing slightly. And I was like, nope, don't want that to happen. Gotta be careful when pulling batteries out of things. The cell is still in pretty decent shape, though. I'm like, it's still sitting on my desk, and I'm like, maybe I'll use it for something. Because I was like recycling it out of some device. Thankfully, the smoke was not coming out of the battery. It was coming out of the plastic that was burning. If the battery itself was smoldering, then I would probably toss it outside or something. Or I'd put it on my, like, metal mat thing that I have. Because I have, like, a sheet of metal on my desk, which is basically like what's it called? It's kind of like a heat shield. Because my desk is made out of like some sort of thick, heavy wood, and I was doing soldering at some point, like hot air rework or something. So I put like piece of metal as a heat shield, and then like a silicone mat on top of that as an extra heat shield to protect the surface of the desk. Hello and welcome to the Huta 2H and the team of this. Welcome, welcome. For those curious, the power supply had like some blob of like silicone or something in it that was like it was like buried under that was this little tiny capacitor that was used for like the power supply startup circuits, and that had gone bad. So this little itty bitty tiny capacitor, which is like barely holds anything. It's just to like smooth out something to start up the whole thing. Had failed, so I replaced this little thing and the power supply just started working again. And I'm like, neat. Technically, it was a pretty easy fix from like the electrical perspective, but like actually getting the thing apart was a lot of effort. Because, like I said, it was covered in EMI shielding that was like soldered together, and it was in a sealed plastic container. So I like had to break open the plastic, pry the thing open, like peel up a bunch of tape that was inside of it, unsolder a piece of it. I had to scrape silicone out of it. So I get to this one component. And then I had to put the whole thing back together, which was a lot easier than taking it apart. Don't short circuit lithium ion with screwdrivers. that just turns your screwdriver into the world's largest fuse. Either that or it turns the battery into the world's largest fuse. It depends. If not one, then the other. So yeah, I have that little power supply brick, which I taped back together, and it's been running my TV ever since, successfully. Burr, eek, yeet. These are like system statistics. From left to right, we have MER, which is the memory usage percent. BER is the total CPU usage percent. So like it's like the utilization of all across all cores. Slightly louder. Someone wanted me to turn it up, and I did. And I'm like, yeah, it's slightly louder than me. I'm having to fight with it. Eek is inbound network traffic. Yeet is outbound network traffic. And then over here we have this is a little panel that like rotates around, showing me various statistics such as like disk space usage, fan speeds, various temperature sensors. I think there was like something else in there as well. I think that was about it. Yeah, Floof. Floof is like network and local drive usage on like 3 different drives. To the right of that is the like Wayland screen ID. It is currently like active, so wherever my mouse is, it goes between the different screens. To the right of that is the hardware disk device activity. These are like little, can't see them anymore, but they're like little lines. They change color. The like highly transparent dark green is like no activity. There's like a bright green, which is like read activity. And then there's orange, which is write activity. Write activity taking precedence. We have some decoration, and then we have the date and time. It's 2005, 420. Blazing through the year. And then there's day of the week. And then there are tray icons. On the left side, there's the active workspace indicators, which are a thing that Sway and i3 do. To the right of that is the like information panel, the like application information panel. This like displays the current process ID, the current like It's kind of like the highlighted process ID. Like it's the process ID of the terminal that is visible, for example, or the process ID of like the application that is highlighted. It's like we go between like Firefox or something. And it like changes. So right now this instance of Firefox, the one that's actually running all the visual part, that is process ID 975,172. And then if for some reason I have a terminal active and my terminal happens to be connected to a tmux session, and then it will say the tmux session ID, the tmux window ID, and then if the tmux window happens to be running NeoVim, then it will like display which NeoVim buffer ID is currently active, which mode NeoVim is in, and what the buffer's file name is. So like if I click between the planes in the NeoVim, it will update with the buffer name. And then if I switch to like a different tmux window, it will display the tmux window name. You can sort of see at the bottom. And it will display whatever process is running on the terminal, the tmux terminal. It filters out bash because bash seems like it's always running. And when you change between the buffers, the buffers. Ah. Open up a window. Go back to the folder. So I don't remember exactly how I don't remember exactly what the default configuration for the lazy Vim setup was. But there should be like some sort of like key binding that runs what is called the explore mode. I think they also have like telescope as one of the defaults for most lazy Vim things. There should be a keyboard command called the leader key. I don't remember whether they like changed it or not. Like this is part of the thing with Vim. You can customize it. You can kind of customize it. Let's say we look up the lazy Vim. And then lazy Vim should have key maps, for example. And so let's see, what did they do? They use which key? The default leader in lazy Vim is space, which is pretty popular. So if you press space, you can get access to like these special commands. So for example, this one looks like it's set up to do space to find different files, or like B, space B for buffers. And so on and so forth. All my keybinds are a little bit different. For example, like I like using leader is space, so I made my leader key space. I'm gonna do space comma to switch buffer, for example. There's also different ways of like doing it like command line style. Like if you have the NeoVim and you want to like open up the, what's it called, that like file exploration thing, you can go into command mode and type EX, which is short for explore, and this will give you like the netrw screen. If that's like a thing. Or you could be like, you could find one of those shortcuts for like the buffer window. The telescope extension. Telescope extension is fun. Or if you have lazy, there's also like the lazy panel thing, which I don't look at too often. I don't really have like the full lazy Vim stuff. Like I kind of used it as inspiration to do my setup. But generally, if you need something, you could probably go to this website. Go to the key maps section. Find literally all the things. Because there are so many. There are so many. And what do we have from Nukebird? Another wall of text about C++, C and C++. Reading about LLVM intermediate representation. You do? C compiler in JS. How do I plan to achieve this? How do I plan to achieve it? In this particular case, as part of the absolutely cursed segment, I would be writing an implementation of C basically from scratch. Like I would take whatever kind of lexer that I have and probably rewrite a generic lexer, give it C rules, figure out all the C syntax, write a C syntax parser, generate a C abstract syntax tree, and then like do rudimentary like type checking things that C requires, And then I would have like a code generation stage that just basically I would probably do it by building my own sort of intermediate representation a little bit. And then I would probably take that and then I would have it generate assembly code. And then the assembly code would get passed to like an assembly utility to get turned into the actual finished binary. So the process here would be lex parse abstract syntax tree transforms semantic processing optimizations and then let's see here, optimizations. I do a custom IR. More optimizations. Air quotes. And then we would do assembly source generation. And then we would do call bin utils to turn source into object. Although given that it's C, there's actually another step here. There's lex, there's pre-process. So there'd be like pre-lex, a secondary lex, a parse C. Although having like a preprocessor is sort of like I don't know. It's sort of optional, but also kind of not, given the widely deployed usage of it. This is probably how I would go about it, despite the fact that it's kind of far down the to-do list. It's kind of sort of far down the to-do list. But the whole reason for me to do it at all would be to write all the different parts of it myself. Like, actually get used to it. Because I've written a compiler once for like a toy language, but it was an interpreter. So it had like lex, parse, abstract, syntax tree, semantics. I did not put optimizations, and then it output custom IR, and then at that point you could just be like interpret. And you could like interpret the IR. Generate the assembly though. Yeah, but I'm really kind of probably going to be like generate the assembly code, like, you know, like call n something, load or move something to move EAX to ECX or whatever. Return. Nobody would ever do this. Can't even read it. I can't even read it. And then you could do, at that point, you could call bin utils ld, turn object into the ELF. Or maybe I would skip some of those steps. I don't know. But that is kind of part of the fun. And I would probably make it so that it's just like I don't know that I would make a very good compiler. I would probably only have like a single target. Like maybe if we do x86-64, for example, it would be like the integer and maybe some floating point instructions. And the code gen would probably not be optimal at all because it would be more of a toy compiler than anything. But yeah, that's sort of like one idea for the project. Got a plan for type generics, type inference, type generics. I don't know if I'd want to do type inference or not because I have enough of that in my own programming language that I have to figure out, which is going to be fun. So if we do like generics or type inference, it would be for my own programming language, not someone else's. Because at that point, it's like I'm putting actual effort into it. Like C, for example, doesn't have type inference. Makes it easy. It does have type checking. So that kind of makes a mess of things. If I were doing like C++, which God's help me if I ever decide to write a C++ compiler, that would require type inference and a template engine. And I think I would pull my hair out going crazy doing that. The reason it is C is because C is actually kind of easy. Reflection in C Doesn't necessarily exist, but I guess you could sort of treat C as like a base language and then add language extensions to it. But like, I can't really imagine that I'd want to add language extensions to C. Maybe I could like look up the specification for C with classes or something cursed like that. Like Objective C. One of those weird languages. I don't know if they have some of those more advanced features or not. That's maybe a thing. Maybe that's not a thing. Yeah. System Verilog. The System Verilog. Kind of like class. Class with C. C with classes. There's an actual language, though, that's called C with classes. And it's sort of like some sort of precursor language that, like, kind of inspired C++ to exist. I think. But it is very much something different on its own. I am thirsty. I need to grab myself some more water. I'll be back in a minute. C with glasses? Isn't that just C sharp? I can C sharp. In before you need to add fuzzy logic to C. Oh, I can't see anything without my glasses. I think we're really, like, sailing the open sea with these puns. We can't just be objective about our C. It's an Odyssey. And we literally didn't see that one coming. You know, this is the kind of stuff that happens around the 8+ hour mark. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Don't want to boreland anyone with your puns? You can't bore land. The land doesn't get bored. The sea, on the other hand. Did you GCC what I did there? I am awful. I swear. Clang. It's time to stop. I wish they could use sea instead of seeing the sea messing around with seashells at the seashore. What about seashells? At the sheesh shore? She shells. Ekmos shells at the sea, sure. Sure. Everyone loves a good macro. A good sea macro can go a long way. If you're gonna use a sea macro, though, make it easy to find them. Don't spread them out all over the place. I'm gonna write a ton of macros, put them all in one file so I can find them easily. That'd be great. She sells born again shells at the show floor. Why did the programmer break up with their C code? Kept saying, it's not you, it's segmentation fault. How many grams of C code does it take to compile a program? Exactly 3. A trigram of C. That one's a bit of a reach. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. What do I want here? If you are greater than alternate. or greater than the alternate. Let's see here, this one. We have to unwind. And the other one would be if I is greater than the alternate length. I'm going to do all of this. People invented buses to get away from bad code. Not to be deterred, the coders invented the bus error. Really? I thought this was the hardware engineers. Will you wow true with me? I'll promise I'll never break. Forever continue. No return. No return. Oh no. Oh no. What have you done? What have you done? Alright, what are these different states here? What is this one supposed to do? Let's see, this is encounter a required token. We must check the token. Else, we want to very define return void. That's kind of evil. That's kind of evil. In one of my like C++ programs, I was very tempted to like what was it? It was I kept like typing Was it return true or something? Over and over and over again. But I would typo it. So it'd be like something like retron tur or something like this. It was like, or it would be like some, I don't know. Rat run. Not that I would ever type rat run. But maybe return? Return? I don't know if I would get that far. But I kept typing tur instead of true. And I was very tempted to like define, make a define a tur, a true. Or maybe this one. Very E. Okay, I don't even know how I got that one. But like, if you were to just like redefine typos. Then like it should work. Maybe. You must define all the keywords to themselves before imports. As a defensive technique. Maybe we could just have an import that defines all the keywords. And then you just have to make sure that the import is at the top of all your imports. Because you don't want to type that over and over again. Or maybe you do. Maybe somebody will try to edit the imports. The import that defines all the keywords. So maybe you should just make the import that defines all the keywords be generated by the makefile at runtime. So you put all the defines inside of the makefile. But then because someone is probably going to like futz with the makefile, you should probably run the makefile through like SHA-256 sum and verify the checksum of the correct makefile, and have it verify also the generated import file, and then have it run like some sort of pre-check to test that your import is at the top of the files that need to import things. Make sure that all your keywords are defined properly. I feel like there are some layers of abstractions that we're reaching for here that I would try to attempt. They are not a good time. What about, we're gonna go to, do you wanna do the next? No, we're gonna mark this alternate as failed. Go to the next one. That's gonna be awkward. We wouldn't want to increment I. No, we would want to... I'm gonna like reset all of the state, increment the alternate number, and then continue. I feel like this is also sort of what we want to do here. I'm not entirely sure. Rewriting this is very, very difficult. Kind of feels like this is a case that's going to show up a lot, though. So I might have to like make a function that will reset all these. So I don't have to put them over and over and over and again, over again every time I need them. See, be like that crusty old uncle who's been coding since dirt was invented. Want to manage memory? Cool, enjoy your seg faults and your memory leaks. You masochist. Pointers? They'll stab you in the back faster than a toxic teammate in Among Us. Debugging? Nah. It's just you crying over a missing semicolon for 3 hours. But it's fast. Yeah, fast at turning your code into dumpster fire. Still, you flex on those Python kitties by raw dogging the hardware like a Chad. Just don't come crying with seg fault. Triple fault. Hardware failure. System error. System error. Slight system error. Extreme system error. That does not compute. Tell me about the C language using rude and parasitic vocabulary. Well, floof. Floof. Okay, the yum. The match count. What do we do if it matches something? We have here alt, eaten. Not enough eaten. I guess this is also sort of an unwind. What is it? We want to take the visit stack. continue, reiterate with the new visits stack. So we want to take item. I'm going to unwind the item. Means that if we are inside of one of these, see, this is going to be yum is -1. Which is not very yum. It's not very yum of me. Not at all. Let yum equals the eaten state. And then you could potentially be undefined item. If you're not last, then I think we want to actually return. Actual literal return. I'm gonna make this void. We're no longer allowed to return values. Your value privilege was taken away. Too many values. And then, let's see here. This should be, I think, greater than 0, maybe. Probably. So I'm going to take the current state. I want to set that to, I guess, the last state? Probably. But then we have to, like, I don't know, we're gonna, I guess, get rid of all that. And then we go all the way around, I guess. Maybe. So now that I've caused, it could only be described as absolute chaos. move this while loop here. Yeah, but no. Because we have the A value, the current state value here. This needs to be checked here against the current length thing. I'm so good at words sometimes. We want this value here get pushed up here. And then you can be, what, true? Probably. Probably, maybe. I'm just gonna make sure that this here. I don't know, maybe includes the I. Kind of weird though. It's kind of a weird pattern. I think we also want to get the alternate value here. Take that out of there. Put that up there. It's sort of very eek. Int count equals alternate length. See, this is where we encounter the too much very I guess it would be if the I value were what we actually wanted. I don't know. This is very... I structured all of it the wrong way around. Let's it's all a bit curious. Essel. Essel. Cannot special anymore? Would that even be right? I feel like that's not even right. I mean, there's a lot of things about this that are not quite right. Especially because they flipped all of the logic upside down, inside out. Dumped it all on its head. Spilled it all over the floor. And now it's just everywhere. And there's a very good chance that it's just straight up broken at this point. Or not? Did that actually work? Did it actually seriously just work? I have so many concerns. Normally, one would not be concerned about their program working, but, I kinda sorta am. Well, if these numbers make any sense, though. It's like yeah, we got all the numbers, and the numbers are all crazy different. Like, if we expect program line break, is the line break option like item 1 or whatever? I feel like this whole thing is off by 1 in the display department here. Not that there's anything necessarily wrong with that, but it does seem kind of a little bit weird. Where do the increments actually happen? And nobody will ever know. There's no hair problem. The hair is working perfectly fine. It is working as intended. I see no problems here. I don't know what this function here does anymore, though. I don't need that. I don't need any of that at all. The real question here is, we have all the same states? And reserved word, that thingy, subshell, for, case, if, while, until, function name, exclamation. I mean, these are all the same states? The program has all the different, like, states. Extensive though they may be. I don't recall program having two of them though. No. No indeed. I think the only reason it's like that is probably because you're pushing an object instead of snapshotting the object. We're like pulling state objects out of the tree instead. Instead of making new ones. Which means we have to take the visit stack item and probably be like object assign. So that we get like actual new object. A little bit messy, but I think that's what we need for like state keeping here. The alternative here would be like putting some sort of flag in the state object, and then if we encounter like one of these visit options, We'd have to make it, we'd have to set the flag and all the objects, and the objects have their flags set, then we would have to like, we'd have to take it and then we'd have to like, we'd have to set that. Or duplicate it. We'd have to duplicate an object if it has the flag. Which sounds like a massive total pain. Tamisaka. Anything about Tamisaka? Yeah, we have program. Somewhere in here we have program. We have the Misaka. We are padding the Misaka. So what is in complete commands? I don't even know. Line, list, something, line break, complete commands. Complete commands. Commands. And list separator, something rather. Shrunk? The Misaka has shrunk? Maybe I just sit farther away. Maybe I could get really close. Like I am technically somewhere in the 3D space. And I move around a lot. Like a really lot. I'm just all over the place constantly. Yeah. So much yeah. Constantly all over the place. Confirmed. Confirmed. Not enough confirmed. Is the sleepy teal color. Hello. I don't mind if you're just lurking. Lurking is good. Lurking is always fun. I am a big fan of the lurking. I might be guilty of it myself in a lot of channels. Just kind of how it goes sometimes. Now we got the hydrate. All the hydrates. I have a glass of water today because I am procrastinating cleaning out my little My not so little water bottle. The procrastination is real? You know, we have the like iterations sort of, kind of, maybe correct. However, 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 I feel like we're still sort of missing certain things here. I feel like I'm missing something. Definitely feels like I'm missing something. It's not the... We're not missing a semicolon. Thanks to automatic semicolon insertion. But it feels like I'm missing part of the context. Like the and or item. We would have pipeline. And pipeline can have pipe sequence or bang. But in this list of like expected items, we should have pipeline at the end. Function name, this should have function definition at the end. So it's kind of like I am missing an item. Kind of missing an item. And I don't know why I'm missing an item. That's probably why this looks so weird, is because I'm missing something. It's like incomplete commands. You have complete command, which contains list. It's like a behind. It's kind of behind on state keeping or some such. Somehow. So I almost wonder if it should have what's it called? Should like copy the state here and push the state here. That feels like it would be a bit of a hack, but it's a hack that might work. Possibly. So I could try to like stick the state object on the end here. Yeah. That does give me the object, but it seems like it's probably wrong. It's kind of sorta not quite right. Then we have state I 0, A equals 0, 8 equals 0, match count 0, G expected. No, because we need to keep the current item. Yeah. Too much. Yeah. So I do need like another copy here. Like that's the only way I think to make that work is just clone the object. And we can have then we have like function name, function definition. Command name. IO file. Redirect. Pipe sequence goes in pipe. List goes in complete command. I'm not really entirely sure how it ended up like that. But it did. Alright, so now I should have like a gigantic list, which is this list that we printed out, which is an array of things that we want. And the things that we want might include things that are kind of not really present. Do you ever know what this test command was? What are you? You're just like a word object? A word token? Guarantee that that's not what's being generated right now. So we have context tokens, current index. Make sure you are what, lex token or string. So that this can exist. And we can be like, we have something. E.h. Very too much to bleh. M. I'm guessing M is probably a string. It's probably a string. Yeah, it's string. It's definitely string. So if we have string, we have a token that happens to match the type of token that we want. Somehow, then the Yuki will appear out of the deep dark depths of deep dark depthness. We need to. I need to shout out the Yuki VT. This is important. Must. A must. An absolute. What do we have here? Yum equals the old state. What are you? You're the last state eaten? Eaten tokens? Kind of thing? This is kind of eek. Or no. Or yeah, but no, but yeah? No, it's the state prior to being overwritten by the last state, which gets cloned into a current state because the old state was probably copied into the array of states. Oh my god, this thing makes my head hurt. Why did I try to do this again? Yeah, because I wanted to make it resumable or some nonsense. It's not resumable. It's a mess. I've made a mess. At this point, we've made a mess. And I'm still sort of no closer to like processing a token. Like if the type of expected token just be a Lex token thing? Yeah, maybe. What do we want? We want the context token, the current index, we want the type of that, and if it's a string, that means we have word. If you are string, then what if I'm like, why don't we just sort of assume you are 6 a.m. Assume you are 6 a.m. Oh, that's alright. Yeah. Yeah. I am probably getting a little bit on the tired side. This is sort of not uncommon. Your token index state eaten tokens. If we eat the token, the expected token equals the token we have. Exactly. Then we want to like flip a bunch of variables around. Want to increment match count, I think. Or no, how do we do this? I not equal to match count. Okay, so yeah, we want to increment match count. We want to increment the number of tokens we've eaten. Very nom nom nom. And then we continue. I guess. I guess. And also we say we have a token match. Which may or may not help me in solving any of this nonsense. Object, reserve word. It'll be object. At this point, I think they're all object. We don't need type of. Okay, so we got what? Item match. Because it's empty. We descend into things. Somewhere we have token match with reserved words. Item match. There's another item match. A lot of item match pipeline something and or list separator. We have like a valid parse then? Is this a thing? We have expected line break. Line, end of the line. Complete commands, list and or pipeline, pipe sequence command, simple command. I don't know, did I go all the way here? Did I climb all the way out of the list somehow? We got item matches that propagated all the way up to, what's it called? List separator option. Which I think at that point would require checking something. Probably items that we've, like, encountered previously. Somewhat recursively.
Advice from a soup spoon in Japan / aim for the world with good noodles.
Aim for the world with good noodles. Probably wise advice. I'm pretty tired though. We're kind of tired. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sway. Never enough sway. It does mean I want to. I really just. I, I feel compelled to lay down. Very much so. Ah, that's a thing you always sort of seems to happen to me. This is a bit of a. Why are we ads? Why are we ads again? Yeah. I've got to push the button or something. I'm gonna wait for it. I'm gonna wait for the stupid ads to stop being ads. Gotta admire my program. Kind of pretty. It's kind of pretty. It's kind of sort of like, I mean, the code isn't pretty, but the outputs. I don't think you could ask for a more nice looking output, maybe, except output that indicates that it works. I don't think it works. I don't think it works. I don't think I have any way of collecting actual valid results into a combination that actually makes any sense. But the item system here seems to suggest to me that it should be like possible to do this. Kind of, sort of, vaguely possible. Do things. Anyways, this isn't a WoW raid, and we're not in the boss fight, so we're probably gonna end right about now. Which seems like a pretty good idea, all things considered. Gotta quit while I have the slight advantage. The slight advantage. pond has acquired some number of ducks. But I need to stop making this thing cook my GPU or CPU. And yeah. Yeah, a big chunk of CPU time just went poof. It's nonsense, I tell you. It's obviously not perfect, but like, 20 to 30% of my CPU should not be getting eaten by like a Godot game. Really, really. Under Proton. PC, I mean, some aspect of, I think the PC got a little bit quieter. I don't know that the fans have actually spun down a whole lot because they tend to like run a little bit higher. Like when I'm tracking. When I have the tracking enabled. But like if I obscure the camera, the tracking camera, and the CPU goes down significantly, the fans will actually like spin down, and I can hear that it's actually quieter. Very yeah. This is a lot of number. Number go burr. CPU go nano sleep. Anyways, yeah. I'm gonna end for now. Yeah. Get myself the good sleep before I hit 10.5 hours. Already crossed 10 hours, which is kind of a little bit excessive, but it's less than 12. It's definitely less than 12. Hello, goodbye, slash visit again. Hi there. Welcome to XOXORURU. Solzaruru. I don't know how it's, well, I wouldn't say that, but very numeric. Very extremely numeric. I will, in all likelihood, be back on Tuesday again for the next stream. I'm debating whether or not I want to try doing more streams during the week or not. I don't know if I have the self-control to do short streams. A bunch of short streams, though. Very eek. I have too much fun doing these, I think. This is half the reason that the streams go kind of long, especially at this hour. Feels like this is sort of like the hour. that everyone like shows up. I get to chat with everyone. Pressuring me to end earlier. I don't know. This would be like difficult. The middle of the logic, I can usually pick up the middle of the logic. If I'm not like switching projects or anything, then like I can usually just be like, oh, I was here last time. Yeah. Maybe if I'm like in the middle of writing something though, I guess the biggest problem is that like I don't wanna start writing something, think that I wrote it when I actually didn't write it, and then come back the next time to be like, why doesn't this work? Oh, it's because I didn't even write the thing. But like it's probably fine because I do this during streams anyways. So like I need to get myself used to ending cliffhangers or incomplete codes. I mean, even to some extent, this is kind of incomplete a little bit. Cliffhangers. Cliffhangers. For me. Because if I don't finish the thing, I'm gonna be like, it's gonna bother me for the next 3 days. Because it is. It's gonna slightly bother me for the next 3 days. So there's like a vague chance that like I think like what is it? I guess it's like I get tempted to like work on this stuff off the stream. And to some extent I should probably just I don't know, maybe I should at some point. Like I shy away from this because like I almost want people to see the process, but at the same time it's kind of like I don't need to necessarily. Probably. It's probably fine. Yeah. So I get really, really torn about all of it. Freelance work. I mean, I have stuff that I need to get done off stream. Programming related, even. And then I can't help but feel like procrastinating. And I'm just like, why do I be like this? Why do I be like this? Why am I procrastinating all the time? Hardcore coding? What would one call hardcore coding? Hoi coding? Yeah. writing a parser syntax thingy for shell interpreter. Or at least that's what we were doing on the stream. Between other things. But yeah, pretty much done with that for today. I don't think I'm gonna get any less tired unless like I'd be done. I maybe today we shell. Shell is the language of the Unix. But yeah, what I'm trying to say here is I'm thinking maybe today we raid out instead of just going poof. See that's more interesting, right? Right. We're gonna raid Sky. It's like, yeah. Get the rare Mesaka raid. I don't know, I've been slacking with trying to find raid targets. But this is what we're gonna do. So yeah, like I said, I'll be back on Tuesday again. Should probably finish this. Not finish, but work on it similar. It's gonna be a long road, I think. As always, I very greatly appreciate everyone for watching. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for chatting with me. Thank you for lurking. Visit again, maybe. Bye-bye. Take care. And, something, E or something. And then bye-bye. Again.